Hello. Good morning. How are you? I hope you are doing well. Welcome to outside. We're going to start out here. I'm telling you right now, we're not going to stay out here because it's supposed to get warm, like just low 80s. But around midday is when my back porch is the hottest because the sun is like right on this space for about like 2 or 3 hours. So we'll probably enjoy the first sprint, maybe two out here. And then I'll bring at least the laptop and the camera inside for the afternoon. And then we'll probably come back out later because it is supposed to be a really nice day. So let me know what you're doing, what you're up to today. We may have a visitor. I have been adopted by some local wildlife. So you may see that. In the meantime, um, yeah, let me tell you what I'm going to be reading and working on. And I will probably be able to let you know when the wildlife is coming because usually the world announces it. Anyway, I'm going to be working on two different things today. I'm just realizing I don't need to hold them up because I have them on the screen. The first one is the diving pool. This is a work by Yoka Agawa, and I'm just realizing that this image doesn't seem to have. Oh, it does have the title of the book on it, but it's so small. There you go. This is a collection of 3 novellas that are all, I think, horror adjacent. So we'll see how that goes. My hope is to read the first one in here, the first novella in here, which is called The Diving Pool. And let's see how long that is. It is 53 pages long. So I should be able to do that in the first sprint. That would feel good. And then the rest of the day, in terms of reading, my plan is to focus on this book, which I just read like the first 20 pages of last night, A Declaration of the Rights of Magicians. I don't know how this book is going to go. I just finished last week Uncle Tom's Children and Uncle Tom's Cabin talking about anti-slavery. This book opens with like somebody being taken into slavery, but then instead of being totally like enslaved as we know, they're enslaved by magic. Like magic is involved, even though it is still the Atlantic slave trade. And I'm not sure, like, it's a choice how the magic works there. And I'm not sure how I feel about the choice because I feel like there is something that the magic takes away from actually talking about what happened. But we'll see. I'm only like, it seems like there's going to be multiple perspectives, maybe 3, and that was just one of them that I've been introduced to, sorry squirrels, for a short time. So we'll have to see how the rest of it goes. And if the last few days hold true, there's going to be squirrels on the fence here the entire time, birds that occasionally land on this railing until they realize I'm sitting here, and other such creatures wandering around in the background. Because apparently I'm very quiet while I read, and the animals quite appreciate that and come around and then go, oh crap, didn't realize you were sitting there. So let's see what you guys are up to. I'm going to change my picture back to the diving pool before I forget. And Dina, good morning. It's 5:30 where you are. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh, okay. Back surgery. So you'll be in and out reading blindness. No, very light read for that. Well, I hope his surgery goes well. I know that feeling. My dad had back surgery. Well, he's now had 2 different types of surgery. I don't live local to him, so I wasn't able to, be there for his, though I offered, and he was like, nope, I'm good. But I hope it all goes well for him and relieves any back pain that he may be having. And I'm pretty sure that squirrel is going to be making noise in the background the rest of the time, if you can hear that. Diana, good morning. Starting the last book in Search of Lost Time. Yay. Also want to read some more of After Oscar. Hope everyone's having a nice June 1st. I am. I hope you guys are. It is a special day today. It is my anniversary with my husband, 24 years. And you may be like, so Nicole, why are you sprinting? Because we weren't planning on doing stuff today. So We have all our plans to do stuff on other days, but I will be hanging out with him some, like, in the background as well. So I offered. I was like, I don't have to have sprints. Like, we could do something. He's like, no, it's totally fine. So, because he's that kind of supportive person and he knows that I love this. And he's like, I just want you to do what makes you happy and what you love. Diana, you also hope all goes well with your father. To Dina, yep. And hello, Cinders, how are you? These sprints come at the perfect time. It's soon to be 4 p.m. Perfect. That is great. You can spend your evening reading. And Mary, good morning. Going to start your weekly reading of Saurum and throw in some of your Emma. Nice. And Mary said, best wishes to Dina. Warm thoughts for you, the success of your dad's surgery and his surgeon. Yep. Denise, good morning. You're on page 25 of Frozen River, and you'll also be doing some chores and working on creating a journal and commonplace book. That sounds fun. There is somebody told me about a stationery club that's local where people just get together and play with all their like paper stationery. And I'm like, that could be fun and or dangerous. So I want to check it out sometime, but it was last Thursday and I didn't go. So maybe next time. Britta, good morning. Happy Monday to you. You need to get some work done first and also answer YouTube comments, but hopefully there will be reading time later. Excellent. And congratulations again, Britta, on 10 years on BookTube. That's awesome. I like haven't watched anything other than the opening of your video because I swear yesterday, like everybody posted videos that I'm like, ooh, I really want to watch these. I made it through 4 of them. I don't know. And every time I went to my phone or my computer, like I kept forgetting to save them. So I was watching them in different orders so that I selected them in every time. You ever have that happen? I swear. I need people to post on like Friday when nobody else is posting videos. Amy, good morning. You're glad to be joining in this morning, but you'll not be here in the afternoon due to a medical procedure. Okay, well, that's fair. I'm glad you could make it this morning, and I hope your procedure this afternoon goes well. The first sprint, you'll be doing some journaling and yoga. Sounds good. We are outside. I know. And Sophia, good morning to you. You'll be reading... And good morning, Sushi. Hello, Amelia. You'll be reading, The Toll. Okay, 3rd book in the Scythe series. Nice. Good morning, Sue. Reading The Worst Hard Time by Timothy Egan. It's about the Dust Bowl. Oh, that sounds like an appropriate title then. Anne, good morning. Reading The Queen and Her Presidents. Just sprayed biofreeze and the cats have disappeared. Oh, no. That biofreeze. I'm glad it's working so well for you, though. It's like nice to have something that works and is a relief. And hello, Cinders. You've been in a slump in general. Oh, you often feel like you can't choose between your hobbies and it's sometimes hard to decide. That's fair. But at least you have multiple hobbies and hopefully you don't feel like you're in a slump in all of them at the same time. So then you have choices. And Aries, hello. Tried to pick up a book at the post office, but it hadn't arrived yet. Oh, no. So now you need to come back later. Oh, I hate when that happens. Hopefully it's there later. Good morning, Sue. Good morning, Jay. You're working out in the yard and reading Wolf Soul. It's the last book in her Firekeeper series, and it's been on your shelf for 5 years. Ooh, that'll feel like super satisfying to finish. And yeah, we'll be outside with you. There was a creepy guy at the train station. Oh, yeah. That's weird. I'm sorry. Glad that's passed. Cinders, DNF 2 books in a row, then re-listen to a book you used to think is okay, but now you don't like it anymore. No. Oh, no. Well, I hope you find something good to read next. And Amelia, you have several books to choose from that you're in the middle of, and you also have to be planning out the rest of your week. That sounds fair. That's a good day to do that. There are birds making a lot of noise. Like over here. There's somebody who's just fluttering about, and it's very distracting. You borrowed The Vegetarian through Libby, but you're thinking about DNFing it. The men in the book are absolutely disgusting, and you're about to reach your limit. I totally understand that. I did DNF the vegetarian fairly early on, and it was actually the vast variety of types of violence in it that I was not expecting. Um, but I've heard the men and it being from their perspective is like also very hard for a lot of people to like get over and keep reading. Though everybody else seems to like Human Acts. That seems to be one that people can stomach. And that's also by Hong Kong. Happy anniversary. Thank you. Yes, the birds do sound lovely. As does the squirrel who's just the squirrel's very unhappy. I don't know if you guys can hear the squirrel as well. Thank you guys for the happy anniversary wishes. Your friend is also celebrating her anniversary. Awesome. That's so fun. Some men do make one want to become vegetarian. People can do that to you sometimes. I hear you. Thank you so much. You're welcome for sharing it with you. Ah, thank you guys for the anniversary wishes. I do appreciate them. And Aries picked up a very funny book called This Princess Kills Monsters. It's hilarious. That sounds hilarious. Thank you, Cinders. You love commonplace books. You have one that you keep for picture books. That's fun. Thank you, Diana. Kristen, also setting up your first commonplace notebook. Ooh, that's fun. Stationery Club does sound fun. If you go, I will let you know about it if I end up going and how it is. I'm just like, is this going to tempt me to buy more stationery? Probably. This Princess Kills Monsters is a satirical retelling of the 12 Huntsmen. Oh, I could see how that would be funny. Like, I could already see where you could play with that. Gina, good morning. You're reading like follow. Like follow, subscribe. Ooh, fun social media. Crochet Me Ma just now got a Libby notification that your hold on Calamity Club's arrived. Fun. And since you've been waiting 15 years for Catherine Stockett to write another book, this will be it for the day. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. You have 66 videos in your feed to watch. Oh, you've got watching for a while. Yeah, see, that's my thing. I always put my videos, like I queue them up, and I need to get better about adding them to a watch later list because then they don't get lost. But I always forget to do that. Between the heating pad and BioFreeze, you have 2 new best friends. Well, I'm happy for you. I hope that relationship continues to go well, if you will. Cinder is really enjoying Project Hail Mary as an audiobook and have the hardcover waiting for you, reserved for you at your favorite bookstore. Lovely. You have to work today, but you're also trying to finish an arc that comes out tomorrow. Oh boy. Okay, good luck, Kristen. That's a combination. Aries, if you can't decide what you want to do, you'll spin the wheel. That's always fun. I love a good spinner wheel. Don't expect less violence from Human Acts. Yeah, that is my concern. Like, I have heard that as well. I just meant that it seems like more people can finish that one. I don't know that I will be able to. It'll be something that I will get out of the library at some point one day, maybe. You finish The Vegetarian and it does not get better. You wish you hadn't finished it. Oh, so much abusive behavior. I know. It's like, I get the point that it's trying to make. It's like, I just don't know that I could read about it. Michelle, good morning. Happy Monday to you as well. You're working. You have a book hangover and all the good ways from Kin. Nice. Like, nice and not nice, you know? Haven't read it in 2 days. Oh, no. I know that feeling where you're like, oh, I don't want to read ever again, but I do. Good morning, Alex. How are you? You had to DNF Human Acts. Oh, no. Alex will be back later this afternoon getting ready for a doctor's appointment. Oh, yeah, I know how they make you anxious. It'll be good. You can do it. You can do it. And then you'll be able to come back and chill out. So good luck. Oh, thank you, Mary. Yes, I hope for another 24 years as well, which just sounds crazy to say right now. Thank you so much, Denise. You gave Human Acts 5 stars, but you also knew from then to take Hong Kong slowly and sparingly. Yeah, it definitely seems like someone you would really have to spread out and like mentally prepare for. You maxed out at 5,000? I love sushi that you found what the limit is. Thanks for letting us know. Cinders, you need to start reading and listening to the help soon. You're very welcome for the reminder, which was from not me. You've been saving it for later. Sounds good. You have 4 books left. Ooh, Sue. Okay, you can do that. That's not too bad. Are you going to finish them, Sue, or are you just going to like skip to June? How do you handle that? Alex, because it is the first day of June. I can't believe that. Alex, you're 2 pages into Ruth by Kate Riley, and your audiobook for today is At Night All Blood is Black. Oh, yes. I don't remember the person's first name either, but I read that. I had very like mixed feelings about it at the time that I read it. I honestly think if I read it now, I would probably like it more than when I first read it. And I think you'll like it better, a lot better than I did. Just because of the style of writing was not my favorite. Aries, you wish you had known about Libby years ago, would have signed up for Libby sooner. Shh. Rude. You know, sometimes they think they're the only ones out here. You're decluttering, but still adding new videos. Yeah, I remember the other week, I think you said you were like trying to go through and cut out some. The Calamity Club is wonderful. I remember you liked it. Jay finished Incandescent over the weekend. Excellent. And the audiobook is very good. And no, you think there's a point coming, but there is no point. Just tragic abuse of a mentally unstable person. Oh, no. No, no, no. Oh, yeah, that's not good. It's not the violence in the vegetarian that bothers you. You just don't want to be in the head of the abuser and hearing him justify what he did. Yeah, I also didn't like that. And then the violence of all sorts of things on top of that, like, just made me go, okay, I'm not going to be able to stomach this. The 66 videos are in your priority watch list. Yeah. Prioritizing one video at a time. You're listening to Yesteryear, Not Far Enough to Know If You're going to Like It. Yeah, that was a blackbird or a crow. It's American crow. That's what it is. They get loud. They have thoughts and opinions, and we're lucky that it's just one and not the whole murder. And yes, Aries, everyone abusing her has a reason. Blue Jay, you think? Was there a Blue Jay at one point? There may have been, but the really loud one was the American crow. We have a lot of them here. You're going to finish them for sure. You had a major slump yesterday and only read 24 pages. Okay, you did finish 2 audiobooks. Well, that's good. And you're liking it. You'll probably read it physically at some point too. And yeah, you finished Yesteryear yesterday. An Alex book, 100%. Yeah. It was really fun. Like, Alex and I were talking about it last night because she was like, okay, I'm reading it. And I was like, I need to know your thoughts. I need to know what you think. And hello, Hannah. How are you? A bunch of catching up to do in your reading life today, updating your reading journal. Okay, that sounds good. I'm here for it. We're going to get going in just a second. Aries, you were hoping the woman and the vegetarian would get better and escape from that situation, but you doubt that's going to happen, and you don't care that it won the Pulitzer. It's too dark and gruesome. Yeah. Some things are just too dark for some people, and I totally appreciate that because it was for me. All right, let us get going. I'm going to start my first 45 minutes with the diving pool. Da, da, da. Do I put it over here and hold it back so it looks like I have 2? And yeah, I will see you guys in 45 minutes. I'm going to move my little bug off thing a little bit closer because the mosquitoes are mosquitoing this morning. And we're going to get going and we'll chat some more in 45 minutes. Happy sprinting, everybody. Hello, welcome back. How'd that go? Mine went well. So, the diving pool I think I mentioned is like kind of horror adjacent. This first story, I mean, it's what I've expected of somewhat horror from Yokogawa. There are like sort of everyday, not spooky, scary things happening, but things that are like really disturbing, even though they're not all major things. Though in this first story, there's like this one aspect of this character that's very disturbing. Um, and I was reading more on the back and reminding myself of like sort of the theme of what's going on in this book. And it talks about how it's about normal people who suddenly discover their own dark possibilities. Yeah, no, the character in the first story, she's definitely discovering how dark she can be, which I think is so funny after talking about like the darkness in the vegetarian, but it's not violent, and like she's not doing necessarily, well, she may be doing some long-term harm to somebody, but it's just interesting to see the darkness, the dark side of herself that she's discovering. Yeah. So during the next sprint, I do think I'm going to move us inside, partially because it's kind of overcast and like it's feeling suspiciously like rain. And sorry, you may hear other voices. I can't do anything about that. They have the freedom to talk as well. I don't think it's supposed to rain, no. But we are going to move inside because it's super buggy out here. And like, if you see me doing this, it's because I have my candle that's not working. It's not keeping the bugs off of me. But anyway, I was going to move us inside anyway because it's supposed to start getting like hot. I don't know that I'm believing that because it's pretty darn cool out. But whatever, we'll take the weather app at its word. Right now, it is currently 71 degrees outside, so it's nice and cool. And I'll just go inside and open the windows and hide behind the screens. Aries was hoping the woman in the vegetarian would get better and escape from that situation. Yeah, we were talking about that. Okay, sorry, that was the last comment I read before we went into sprints. And Sushi agreed, and that's why you kept reading. But then it didn't get better. Well, you guys are making me feel better about DNFing it. Kristen also finished Yesteryear last week. It wasn't your favorite, but more for specific you things. Okay, but you definitely recommend it. Okay, so you didn't like it for like very personal reasons. That's fair. Okay. Is going to start with a Terry Pratchett book that always cheers you up. That's a good idea. Nancy, good morning. You're reading Lonesome Dove, Agnes Albert's Mystical Cat Shelter. I've heard of that one. Well, I've heard of Lonesome Dove too. And Great Big Beautiful Life. Nice. Good morning, Christina. How are you doing? There's your reminders for the day. I don't think I have any laundry to do, amazingly. But I will be getting up and stretching and cleaning and that kind of stuff. And if you don't like violence, don't read Unearthed as It Is Beneath. Oh, that's good to know. Because that was one on the Booker list that I would, or the International Booker Prize that I was keeping an eye on. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Sue saying hi to Christina. G, hello. Happy Monday to you. 3 hours down at work. Hurricane season starts today. Oh no, already? Yeah, I guess so. Well, be safe. Hopefully it doesn't affect you. I've heard that it's not supposed to be as intense this year because like there's a real El Nino. I don't know if that's true, but I hope it's true for you. You'll read The Door. Ooh, let me know how you like that. Hey, Ricardo, how are you doing? I hope you're well. Britta says hi to you as well. And look at your face while reading. I know, I couldn't help it. There were some moments where I was like, where is this about to go? Not places that I wanted to travel, that's for sure. Denise will be missing the first chat. You'll also be doing live decluttering boot camp. Ooh, fun. Who are you doing that with? I know there's a couple of different people who do that. I guess you're not going to be able to answer Denise because you're probably not here. Doug is wrenching in the shop on broke junk lawnmower. Oh, okay. That was me reading that really poorly, but I understand what you're saying. Did you hear you say human acts run? Even you thought it was pretty gross? Good to know, Doug. Good to know. Hey, Meg, how are you? You're in a total reading slump. No, you've been reading the same book for the last 2 weeks. You DNF, but you do like it. Oh, okay. Maybe pick something else up to read with it. Sometimes that helps me, is if I have like something else to turn to. Jay got dressed, ate breakfast, read 20 pages. With the help, you'll think you'll be able to finish today. Yay! 54%, and it reads fast. Ooh, that's nice. I think my book would be reading fast, but like I'm distracted by so many things right now outside. The bugs, the weather, other things happening nearby. So that was like the slowest reading I've done in a while. Hello, Cassandra. How are you? You started late but managed to read about 20 pages of The Poisoner. Lovely. Thanks for saying hello. I don't think I've seen you here before. Viviana, good morning. You're reading A Clash of Kings. Nice. Hannah got some papers printed for your reading journal. Awesome. Lisa, good morning. Thank you. Ooh, you finished 1984. What were your thoughts? I know people have all sorts of thoughts about the book. Sue fed the cats their kibble, put food out for the crows. Very thick fog, so no crows yet. Okay. Ate breakfast and read 14 pages in a guidebook on Kenya. Nice. Are you planning on going to Kenya? Is there a trip in your future? Or do you just like to read guidebooks? Because those can be kind of fun too in their own right. And Cinders listened to 2 chapters of Project Hail Mary and almost fell asleep. Not boring. You just get tired when you sit or lie down. That's totally fair. Ooh, you're going to read Angel Down. I hope you enjoy that. You're going to hear other voices. Not in a bad way. Not in a bad way. Like this fence separates me from my neighbors when my neighbors are also outside talking. That's all it is. I don't know if you can hear them or not. Amy didn't end up journaling because you washed your hair and was texting a friend who was recovering from surgery. Okay. Well, I hope your friend's doing well. And in the 6th grade, your friends and you spent an awful lot of time devising tortures for a hated teacher. Oh, you could be in this book. You appreciate that Discworld novels are on the shorter side. You're reading too many 800 plus page long tomes as it is. I hear you there. I'm trying to come up for a strategy for next year of how to manage like my longer books, because I really like reading longer books. But I don't know, for some reason this year, I like really haven't been in the mood. I don't know what it is. And like, I don't know. I feel like I just need to fit them in my life in some sort of programmatic way so that I don't feel like I'm avoiding them or being overtaken by them. Agatha was saying to Cinders, if you have access to it, the audiobook for Project Hail Mary is good and you can stay standing that way. Oh, that's true. Sandra, you hope it's not that bad. You're in Central Florida, but you're prepared if a storm does come. Good. Yeah, I don't think it's supposed to be bad. New rating system. Gross, too gross for Doug. There you go. Doug seems to like the idea. You're listening to it, and it's really good. And you've been following for a bit, but haven't popped in for a stream. Well, welcome. And thanks for following and liking and subscribing and all the things. Kristen only read about 15 pages that sprint, but taking care of some emails, keeping your fingers crossed that you can finish today. Awesome. To your library holds came in. Everything is tuberculosis in yesteryear. Ooh, 2 books that are very popular. I hope you enjoyed them. Frightening and anxiety inducing. It's incredible. It was written in 1948. Yeah, all of the above. No trips, but the guidebooks allow you to know what you're missing. Yeah, I think guidebooks, like especially a really good guidebook, can be really fascinating. And there's like often pictures, and yeah, I love that idea too. It skipped a comment you made and makes the second one make more sense. Oh no. I'm sorry. I don't know why it does that sometimes. Like like a lot of times it's like comments, like I wish StreamYard did what YouTube does, which is allow me to see the comments. That it's like And Christina said hi to Sue, and Cinder is here trying to get rid of your Pepsi Max addiction. Oh, I hear you. Yeah, and getting over caffeine can be hard. Anyway, that was our thing. We're going to go inside, which means I'm going to turn the camera off temporarily while I move stuff around. So I will see you. We will be back indoors where there are less bugs. And because they love me and I'm getting eaten up. And we're also going to, let me do that now, switch the timer so that we have a full hour so that we can enjoy all that extra time reading. So I'm going to spend the first 15 minutes moving things around and doing all that. And I will talk to you some more when we get back in an hour. Happy sprinting. So I forgot I had my phone on in the background, and if I left it on, there would have been horrible echo and all sorts of other weird things going on. Anyway, because when I sit on the couch over there, I need a timer to make sure I'm not like just hanging out over there forever. Anyway, how did everybody's spring go? Mine went well. We are back inside, but the windows are open. It is surprisingly overcast today. I was not expecting that. I think it's supposed to be cloudy all day, which so far I'm not minding, but it's also supposed to be cooler today. I think the high is supposed to be 79, so perfect day to keep the windows open. That may also be why it's a little more buggy outside. I don't know. I did finish the first novella in the diving pool, which was called The Diving Pool. um, and it was interesting. I think I'm going to like the kind of like horror this is. I don't know if I would describe this book as horror. I think it's better described as like a novel that looks at the dark side of people that they may or may not be aware of, and like exactly what that does to us in our relationships and in ourselves. And I think it's about people like discovering and exploring that dark side. At least that's what the very first story was. And it was interesting. It was interesting. It was nuanced. I think it had a lot to say about a lot of different things. It's definitely a story I want to go back to sometime and look at more closely, because I was so distracted at the beginning that I don't know that I can fully appreciate the end, because there were definitely some questions I had left. But I didn't want to jump straight into another story, so I jumped straight into something else instead. That's pretty much what happened there. I do have a little mini to-do list going on today that is what maybe has 3 things on it now. So there's that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have much going on. So that's good. And I am going to be spending the rest of today working on a declaration of the rights of oh my gosh, why can I not say the title? A declaration on the rights of magicians. And yeah, this is set in the, I think it's late 1700s. And, you know, you're at a time where a lot of people want freedom and are seeking freedom and don't have a freedom. And so it's exploring a couple of different things that are going on in the world during this time period and this search for people to have rights. But I think the way it's going to talk about them is, you know, there is magic in this world. And so I think it's taking a lot of the rights that people don't have in freedom and connecting them to not having the freedom to practice magic. Is that going to be necessary to the story? I don't know. I'm only a few pages in. Time will tell. I feel like that might be messing with an idea that there's just enough actual freedom that's needed during that time period that to discuss people needing freedom from one more thing may or may not work for me, but we'll see how that goes. I'm looking forward to reading some more. Part of the reason that I own this book before I figured out it was part of a series, otherwise I would have chosen a different book, is because I have read The Unlikely Escape of Uriah Heep, which is also by H.G. Perry, who wrote this book. And I absolutely loved The Unlikely Escape of Uriah Heep. And so I wanted to give another work of this author a try. And so this is how I have decided to try it, I guess. So we'll see how it goes. I don't know. I don't know. That's all I can say. All right, let's see here. When we left off, we were just talking about different things. Sue was saying hi to Christina. Jay was saying it was about people discovering their dark side, and you said you discovered your dark side as a teenager because there were people you wanted to remove on a permanent basis. Oh, maybe like it didn't like you're saying that, but then it let you say it again. I don't know. Did you say it differently this time? You know how it likes to like self-edit for us? Censor, self-censor. Stephanie, good morning. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. The weather here was amazing, and you're back at working on Don Quixote after taking a break to do Crime and Punishment. Sounds great. Oh, and you know what, Jay? I was thinking about it. I did read your comment. It was about the teachers, right? And like you and your teenage friends. I saw that and I read that. Is that the one that you're talking about? It probably didn't like the word you used initially, but same intent. Yeah, I think I think you're talking about the comment that you made and that you mentioned with your teachers. I did mention that. Maybe you just like missed my talking about it. Stephanie will probably try to start David Copperfield soon, and you're not scrambling to get it done. Oh, you want to start it soon, so you're not scrambling to get it done. I hear you. Yeah, I want to do the same. I want to give myself time to enjoy it and not feel like I have to rush. And it is a mammoth book, so do give yourself time. And you swear the censorship is worse than your hyper devoted Catholic grandma, the one that used to buy indulgences for you on a regular basis. Sorry, Jima. You're just not civilizable. Going to get your daily puzzle started. A herd of buffalo while you listen to Self Made Boys, a Great Gatsby remix. Ooh, I haven't heard of that one. Sounds good. I hope you enjoy both of those things, Sue. And Doug was saying to Kristen, thanks for a great book club yesterday. You always love talking about your buddy Rudian Romanovich Raskolnikov. Many thanks. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Doug. I had a good time too. Rachel was saying hello, good morning. You're reading The Princess Bride. Ooh, have you read that before? I really enjoyed the book, pretty much as the movie. I had a lovely weekend. How was yours? I hope it was good and that you did something fun. Kristen, you had so much fun with the discussion, had a small but mighty group. I agree. I think it was a really good discussion for all of us who were able to make it live. So it was quite the conversation as much as we could fit in. The time always goes so fast. And Britta loved Human Acts. What does that say about you? Nothing. It just says it stimulated a lot of thoughts and that you're able to like, you know, separate yourself from certain things. And there's a lot of people who really like that book. So it's definitely not just you. Hello, Black Widow. How are you? Everyone is started, and everyone is started Japanese author Yuketsu Book's Weird Picture. Oh, I have seen that around. Like, there's like a couple of ones, right? Like Strange Houses, Weird Pictures, and something else, Floor Plans, something like that. Is that the correct author? You loved Strange Pictures and you really want to pick up Uketsu's other books. Yeah, they sound really fascinating. What are they like? This is the only book that has been translated into your native language. You don't read English books. Oh, well, that's nice. I'm glad that it's been translated. Hopefully, it'll be successful enough that the other ones will be translated into your language as well. I hope, and Kristen hopes you enjoyed as much as she did. Doug was saying to Britta, it means you've got a strong stomach and excellent taste. There you go. Jay got some watering and mowing done. Now to read a bit. Nice. And just called that your new arthritis medicine is ready. You've been taking folic acid for 1 week, so you can take this medicine, praying that it works or at least partially works. Yes, I hope so. And Cinders took a break and listened to music. Nice. Lisa's only on page 30 of Angel Down, but you're really enjoying it. Yay. It sounds like this Pulitzer Prize pick was a tricky one and one that not everybody will love, but that a lot of people will really enjoy. That's the impression I'm starting to get about it. Britta was laughing, thought vegetarian was way more gross and stomach churning than Human Acts. That's what I've heard that they're both like hard to read, but that Human Acts isn't as difficult. Aries finished Equal Rights. Yay for finishing. Cassandra read about 50 pages that sprint, and now you're going to grab a shower and read some more. Sounds good. Sue listened to 7 chapters, and you're about 2/3 the way through. Wow, you're doing that fast. It's cloudy where you are too. Yeah, it's not bad. Like it's keeping it nice and cool. I don't mind it. And Denise read 6 pages so far, made some decluttering progress though. Next sprint will be spent reading. Nice. Oh, Denise, I had asked, but then I realized you were doing the decluttering. Who are you doing the decluttering body doubling with? Is that like on a YouTube channel? And Sandra was saying you're on page 89 and you like it so far. It was May's book club read for your local indie bookstore, but you spent the last half of May in a reading slump. Oh, well, at least you're still reading the book. And Jay, speaking of things warming up, do folks know about solar window screens? Prevents the sun from warming the house, doesn't block the view. You're installing some this year. Yeah, I know about those from living in Phoenix. Like everybody had those there. I feel like we have a few of them on some of the windows in our house. It's very odd. So, like as in some of our screens seem to be that and some don't. I would really like to get them specifically for the screens on the back of my house because that's where we get the most prolonged amount of sunlight. And I agree, like they don't like you can see through them. They actually make it harder to see into your house though, which some people might like if you like that level of privacy. And you can get them so that they either make the interior of your house darker if you feel like you get too much sunlight and it's bright, or there's also some that don't really darken your room. Amy's a little slower moving this morning because this sprint you mapped out a buddy read by breaking down the chapters for the discussion and did your journaling. No reading for Amelia so far. You fell asleep during the first sprint. Oh no. It's just in my take. I am too. Have you read it before, Jay? Sue's read about 3.5 chapters. It's so sad. Oh. Kristen almost missed the chat. Had a friend over, come over and take a bunch of furniture. Oh, for the kids' room. That's nice of you. Oh, and now you get extra space. Win-win. It gave context. Oh, it gave context to the teacher remark. Oh, okay. Okay. So maybe it did block it then. Kristen wasn't planning on joining David Copperfield because you think you'll get bogged down in the length, even if you like it, but you'll also have FOMO. Well, you can always join for like watching the movie. And then maybe that'll inspire you to read the book. And there are audiobooks of it too, if that helps, but it is a long one. Who gets through the teen years without knowing their dark side? True. It's in the Minimal Mom membership. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know who that is. Nice. Next sprint, Amelia's going to continue reading The Forgotten Notebook and decide if you're DNFing it or not. Okay. Hopefully it'll turn around. And Rachel, it's your first read of The Princess Bride, but you loved the movie and just did a rewatch. The book intro with comments about the writer's wife and son was a bit much, but hoping the rest is okay. I totally don't remember that part. I haven't read it in so long. So, interesting. Oh, you haven't read anything by the author. I really liked The Unlikely Escape of Uriah Heep. If you like Victorian literature and you want that somehow to be involved in a really interesting fantasy story, I highly recommend. Britta, you're reading Forbidden Notebook as well. Next sprint, your buddy reader is contemplating DNFing as well. Oh no. Seems like a theme with that one. All right, we're going to go into our next sprint. I'm going to start reading some of this book after I probably do a little bit of cleaning to start with. And the other thing that I could say is if you've been interested in trying a Declaration on the Rights of Magician, by the end of July, if you're in the book club, you'll have read David Copperfield, and that is the perfect time to, after reading that, to pick up The Unlikely Escape of Uriah Heep. And once you've read David Copperfield, you'll know why. The Princess Bride is very different from the movie. You love the movie but didn't like the book. That's fair. There are some significant differences. It's June 1st, so you have switched to shorts. And Cinders is gonna journal. Sounds good. All right, well, let's get into it so we can all do those things. I'll start the timer and I'll see you guys in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello, welcome back. How was your sprint? Mine was good. I feel like I did a lot of the things that I wanted to do. It cleaned up my kitchen a bit. And so that is put together in a way that I feel comfortable and happy with. And then what else did I do? I sat and read my book pretty much the whole time. And how is that going? It's going okay. Um, it's what I would describe as historical fantasy, a pretty decent mix of both. But I think where I'm feeling hesitant is that it's about a historical time period that I don't always find that fascinating, or I don't know, not in the way I tend to find it presented in fantasy. I don't know. And then I'm just finding that it's like the historical things, and then there's this layer of magic just plopped on top. And it's just added as like an extra thing that was going on. It doesn't even feel integrated into the things. It just seems like, oh, and there was also this happening alongside all these historical things. And to me, the magic and the fantasy aspect of it just feel unnecessary. And I'm finding it kind of slow, even though there's occasionally interesting or tense things happening. I'm just not feeling super invested in it. I'm probably at least 50 pages into the book at this point. It's not super long. I'm at the point where I'm wondering if I should just DNF it. I don't think I'm going to totally. I think what I may do is put it down for now and come back to it later in my TBR and try a few other things on my TBR. So I think that's what I'm going to do during my next sprint is I'm going to try out a few other things on my TBR and see if any of those is grabbing me more than this. Because this is one where I'm feeling like I'm struggling to want to sit and read it for 45 minutes. And then when that's over, I'm not really wanting to come back. Because this is the second time that I was like, I don't know what just happened. For some reason, for whatever, like the camera just totally cut out for a few there. I don't know what that was about. Let me know if you saw that as well. Very strange. Anyway, let's see how you guys were doing while we still can. Let's see where we left off. Doug was saying, hi to Kristen, don't be scared of David Copperfield. It's one of Dickens' easier pieces. In any case, you'll know pretty quick if it will work for you or not. It's all about if David himself grabs you. I would actually argue, Doug, that you won't know very quickly whether it's for you or not. I think the beginning of the book is actually fairly slow. I personally don't think that Charles Dickens really grabs me at the beginning of his books. Like I feel like his expositions tend to drag out in like a way that I don't feel like is necessary. Um, and I find that a lot of people don't like the way that David Copperfield opens and like have to try the book multiple times. So I would actually say like you need to give it a good 100 pages. And even then, you might be like, I don't know. But it's later in the book that it really starts to grab you. You'll probably try to pick up the audiobook. If it's not clicking, then maybe you'll do an abridged version or even a graphic version, just so you can know the high points to listen to the discussion. There you go. And then you can do one of those like, okay, now do I want to read it? I do that sometimes. Your home library is 2 David Copperfield books. I can appreciate that. Hello, a book nook. How are you? You're chilling with YouTube and maybe some League. League? I don't know what League is, but okay. Glad to have you here. I hope you're having a good day. Yes, Britta, you should finally try David Copperfield. You're going to laugh. You're going to cry. You're going to be very annoyed. Those are my promises. And Anne, you just got back. I hope it went well. And Alex is also back from your appointment, and it went well. Yay! Hey, one sees normal. Whoop whoop whoop! Yay! Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, and with family history, yeah, that can be very nervous. My husband went through that at one point. So, yay, I'm glad. I'm sure that's a huge relief. And it isn't it funny you have to like go to the doctors for like stress related things or things that can be caused by stress or that kind of thing. And just going to the doctors is very stressful. Dina, you want to thank everybody for the thoughts and prayers for your dad. He's out of surgery. Yay, and doing well. The hard part is going to be recovery. He's a horrible patient. Oh, no. I was going to say the back surgery should be fairly decent recovery, but oh, well, blessings to you. May it go well on your end as well as his end so that it can go well on your end. And I've heard good things about blindness, so I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yes, excellent news about the A1C. And Alex says thank you. And Sue fell asleep, but still read 30 pages in your second book, Hopscotch Homicide. Nice. You got like the best of both worlds. Hey, Holly, how are you? You're going to bake one of these again. Yay. And you're finishing Children of Time. I love your little picture there in the book you're reading together. So you can start Lonesome Dove. Those are like two such very interesting books to combine. Hoping the woman who wanted to buddy read it with you drops in today. Yay! Yay! Yeah, G was here earlier. So that would be awesome. Denise read 21 pages and made some coffee. Delish. Amy, Sprint did your yoga. Listened to a little of the what am I even reading? The Art of Aliveness, and then had lunch. Said you're not loving your book. You got to 24% in The Princess Bride. Well, and sometimes it happens. And I knew this was a risk. This is a book that I loved another work by the author. And so I really wanted to try something else of hers. And I chose this one without realizing that it was fantasy in a series. Because I don't tend to like those things. And then I don't know how I ended up choosing this one, because I was between this and I think The Magician's Daughter. And I'm thinking I should have gone with that one, but I don't know. Whatever. Too late. Aries, you have 90 pages left in Caliban's War. That's going to be the next book you'll finish. Love the Expanse series. Nice. I know that's a super popular one. My husband loved the show. Yeah, I have no idea. No idea what happened there. I too thought the stream had died, guys. I was like, right in the middle of my sentence, too. Rude. Jay read 20 pages, only 100 more to go. Friends stopped by to pick up some smoothie powder, any flavor you don't like. It's always nice when you can share things you don't like and other people might like them. Hey, Chris, how are you? You got your booktube assignment. You've read all your books on your fiction category, so you should just submit your votes today since you just read them recently. Yay, that's exciting. I can't wait to see what comes up. It's our horrible patients, so stubborn. And glad the surgery went well for Dina's father. Yeah. You might like The Scholar and The Last Fairy Door. Is that by the same author? What is that one about? I've just fallen out of my fantasy phase. I don't know why. I think it's because even when I was in it, I learned very quickly that there's very specific types of fantasy that I like, and I don't feel like they're that common. And you have to keep taking the folic acid the person who was working asked you when your baby was due. Oh, she's thinking that because you're taking folic acid. I was like, why would somebody think that? Why would they say that? That's why, because you're supposed to take folic acid when you're pregnant. So if you didn't know that was the connection, and that was the connection. If Rose incidents, now the bottom of the screen is off. Oh, you can't see the comments that I'm pulling up. I can see them, and I have no idea how I'd fix that on your end. It's by the same author. Okay. Been a busy day. Just had a washing machine repairman leave. At least I can do laundry now. Still haven't worked, but oh well. Well, at least you can do laundry, like you said. It's about World War I with fairies and magics. Okay, that seems to be her thing. It's historical fiction and magic. I think what I liked about The Unlikely Escape of Uriah Heep was that it was historical fictional characters. Like it was characters and magic. Um, and it was funny, which is one of the things that I like in fantasy that's hard to get. And to answer that question, I find that I like medium to fast paced fantasy that tends to be on the humorous side and is more likely than not to be adventurous. Because I like fantasy for like just pure entertainment. So like I don't want to have to think. Like I just want to be able to enjoy the ride and have good fun. I want it to be very heavily plot driven, and I just wanted like read and be done. So I think that's why like I'm struggling with this one, because it is very like historical fantasy. Like I would almost say the historical first and then the fantasy. And I don't know, it's just not for me. I'm thinking. So I know I'm going to move on right now. I don't know if I'll come back to it. You can see the comments. Who knows what's going on? Based on your comments on these streams, you would not guess that you have a full-time job. You have discretionary time with your work. You rotated the screen and then back to reset it. Yeah, technology, man. You can see the comments. You're way beyond having a baby. Yeah, maybe they were trying to make a joke about, having a baby and taking folic acid. Sounds like you want This Princess Kills Monsters, probably. Like just by the title alone. I'll have to add that on to my TBR. Have I read Ben Aronovich's stuff? I have not. I'll look him up as well. Because, see, that's the thing. Like, I think I stopped reading fantasy because I couldn't figure out how to find what I want. And I don't feel like that's the kind of fantasy that's popular. So even looking around on BookTube and stuff is not easy to find that. But I do know how to look up books that read like other books. So that's probably where I need to start. Anyway, we are going to go into our next sprint. I'm going to try some other books after I start cleaning my bathroom. Not historical, very entertaining, more in the realm of urban fantasy, mystery, thriller. I don't know about those combos. And Starkey, but I'll look it up and see if it seems like something I'd like. Thank you guys for the recommendations. We're going to go into our next sprint and we'll chat some more in an hour. And yeah, I'll see you when we get back. Hello and welcome back. How did your spring go for you? Mine went well. What did I do? I started cleaning my bathroom and then I spent the rest of the time trying to figure out what I want to read next. So I grabbed my June TBR, the things that I don't have scheduled for a specific time. And yeah, and I went through both the pile of possibility as well as the things that I'm supposed to be prioritizing. And this is the order from the least likely to like what I'm starting next. So I had as the least likely Tristram, The Life and Opinion of Tristram Shandy Gentleman. I'm on the fence about whether or not I want to reread this. I think I still do. I started the opening. I also recently heard a description of this that reminded me that the writing style is kind of like the 1700s, but make it postmodern. And I was like, I don't know that I want to do that. So that's on the bottom of the list. Coming close to the bottom is Winter's Tale, not because I don't think I'll want to read this. It's a big chunky book. I do kind of feel like a mood of settling in. It's very poetic and elaborate in its writing style that I feel like could be really beautiful. And there's a part of me that's torn about whether or not I want to read it during winter, but I haven't so far. So there's a part of me that's like, read it now, especially since my brain seems like it's in the headspace to understand it now. But it was being beat out by a few other things, such as Gilgamesh. I am very tempted to get back into this story. It does start with like some intriguing stuff. I have already read, as of today, though you will only have just seen that this is on my TBR, I did go ahead and read the actual Epic of Gilgamesh, and I loved that. And in some ways, I feel like that's a mistake because I really enjoyed the translation I read of that. And now I'm kind of like, oh, going back to retelling is going to kind of feel like, what? But I really do want to get to the second book. So that made it about halfway through my stack. Up there, pretty high, was Dungeon Crawler Carl. This is for a book club that I am in. This is our pick for the end of this month. It is definitely getting read before the month is over. However, it's not getting read next. It does seem like a lot of what I said I like in fantasy, where it's going to be adventure, it's kind of funny, it's just going to be a ride. So if I wanted fantasy, this probably would be it that I went to next, which is why it's a little higher than Gilgamesh. But I'm not sure I want fantasy. So I then came across The National Telepathy, which is not a priority read, but it is on my like bingo board, one of my bingo board picks, I think for, I don't even know what for. I don't even know how it came up. I think it came up out of my basket. And the opening of this is really fascinating and super problematic with the characters in a way that I think has made it even more intriguing to me. So I kind of want to more thoroughly read the back and author bio and that kind of thing. This book has super low ratings. And I almost wonder if it's because I don't know what it's because of. So that's my only hesitation with it, but I don't always go off of that. I don't know. Like the book opens with a letter from an anthropologist, is what it seems like it is, doing very, very problematic things in the Amazon and kind of being like, but this is how we run our company. And I'm sending you the things that you asked for. And it's definitely getting into problems with anthropology and archaeology and colonialism and capitalism. And that sounds really good. But I think I need to read a little bit more before I decide. So it's between this book and not Dungeon Crawler Carl, because I know that's just what you guys are going to vote for if I put it up for vote, and this book, which is The Necessary Beggar. And this, in the first chapter, was also like, oh, is that where we're going and that what we're getting into? Basically, the backstory of this book is that one of the family members in here, they live in like this like utopian society, basically. One of the family members in here kills somebody, which just automatically gets them exiled from the utopian place that they live. And apparently, what happens is if you do that, you have to then leave the society. And doesn't say this on the back of the book, but says it in the first couple of paragraphs. You basically get sent through a portal to somewhere else. And the place you get sent to, you won't know their language. You're going to just have to figure out how to survive there in this other place. This family gets sent from their utopian community to a refugee camp in a place called Nevada in a country called the US. And it starts with the father talking about just like how they're trying to adjust. And it's like a whole family, their kids, their siblings, like it's the whole extended family, because they're like, where we came from, extended family was really important. So of course we all went with our son into exile. And just the fact that like they're now in a refugee camp in this place, and he's already questioning the system that sent them there as kind of prisoners. I'm also like, oh, that sounds good. So I'm gonna, in the next sprint, read the back of these books and look at the author bios and do a little like more thinking about them, I guess. I've read the first chapter in this. This book is really short, so I'm kind of tempted to just read this book and then go into this book. Sorry, they're not both on screen. Let me do myself a favor by taking the one I'm not reading off. So I'm really tempted to do one of these two. Let me know if you've read The Necessary Beggar or The National Telepathy. I feel like I've heard no one talk about either of these books. So you probably haven't. But if you have read either of those and liked either of them, let me know. And let's go back and see what you were doing. This is one of our longer breaks, so I've been going over time on all of them. So just know that in this case, we might actually end on time. I don't know. Oh yeah, when we left off, Anne was saying how they were talking about the folic acid and thinking it meant baby, and yeah, that's not happening for you. Rachel, for adventure, comedy, fantasy, Terry Pratchett just popped into your mind. I have not read anything by Terry Pratchett. I've tried a few of his things and just haven't gotten into them. There's a very particular I think comedy in books is hard, right? Because not everybody finds the same thing funny, and I just don't know if his humor is my humor. I have heard of the Liza Locke Lamora being funny. I read the opening of that book a little while ago and just felt meh. Fantasy is really hard for me, guys. I'm sorry. You like the Locke Lamora, you don't think of it as being particularly funny. It came across to me not as funny as all, but maybe it gets funny. I don't know. Brigands and Bread Knives is fun if you like Travis Baldry's writing. I've never read him. I'm not trying to do fantasy, so don't worry about it. To Sandra, you love Legends and Laches. You need to read Brigands and Bread Knives at some point. Sounds good. You like the series more when you discovered Travis Baldry was on development team for one of your all-time favorite games called Fate. That is fun. And Will Wheaton's reading of Scalzi's Interdependency series is fantastic. Comic timing is excellent. There's a lot of swearing appropriate to the situation, but and it's sci-fi. Maybe that's more up my alley. I do find Scalzi fairly funny. And Jay was saying to Tessa, you thought Brigands and Bread Knives was better than Bookshops and Bone Dust, much funnier. And Denise ate lunch, read 18 pages on page 70. Aries is on page 35, or 35 pages left. That's exciting. So you got the cats fed their canned food, talked to your daughter, read 5 pages. Jay ate lunch and read some more, but he's getting lunch. I'm probably going to get lunch too. Amelia, 40% in, you're still on the fence of DNF Inc. You appreciate what the author is trying to tell, but you're usually not a fan of the diary format in fiction and experience the book as getting a bit tedious. Maybe you need to do what I did and like put your book on pause and find something else to read that will help you like limp along during the parts you're not enjoying. It's an idea. And Amelia was saying hello to your buddy reader, Britta. Vote for Dungeon Crawler, Carl. I'm sure so many people would. It's not up for vote. Britta, still no reading done today and only half the chores, but next sprint you will read. Yes, you will. It isn't pure fantasy. There's quite a bit of sci-fi mixed in. That's true. I feel like it is a genre blend. I mean, it's lit RPG, right? So it's its whole own category. Denise, curious to hear what I think of Dungeon Crawler. Carl, doesn't seem your typical read, not yours either, but you keep hearing about it. Yeah, it's one that I'm reading for a book club, and I don't know that I would have picked it up otherwise, but I was hoping for an excuse, and it's definitely a convenient excuse to see what I think. You're super interested in national telepathy. You think you're also going to try out DCC this summer. You have very specific fantasy sci-fi tastes and have a feeling it will be a U book. Oh, that would be fun. Yeah, I am like even more interested in this book after having read that first chapter. And I'm like, ooh, what conversations are we going to get into here? And I think that's part of what's driving me towards these books is I really want some conversations about life and people in it, like right away. And I think I would get to that in Dungeon Crawler Carl, but I think I want it like immediate smack in my face from the start. Like, I don't know. Might be better listened to. Yeah, but then it's like, when are you ever going to get the audiobook from where? I do know you guys. Yeah. Amelia's voting for national telepathy. Okay, after this sprint, when I come back, not only will I tell you, I'll tell you more about the books. More is what am I trying to say? That's what I'm trying to say. Angela DNF'd Dungeon Crawler Carl, so you wouldn't pick that one, but you're curious to hear my thoughts and may give it a second try if it gets better after you DNF'd. What you really want is to listen to it, but you need to be an Audible exclusive. Oh, I didn't realize it was Audible exclusive. Yeah, I feel like that's more annoying than helpful with books. It was a 2025 favorite of a couple of people, the National Telepathy, that you follow on Instagram. So you've heard good things. Yeah, I'm surprised that it has such a low rating. And I'm wondering if that's because how it's marketed. Like there's some very provocative, interesting things said on the back of the book. And I think if that's the only reason you're reading it for, just based on knowing it's put out by Charcoal Press, I'm like, I think you would be disappointed in the book. But I'm hoping it's good. You haven't read either of the two books and you've never heard of them. Pratchett's humor isn't for you. Fair. You have the new Anne Patchett book, Whistler and Land by Maggie O'Farrell on pre-order. That's fun. And how long are we going to sprint until 9 p.m., Cinders? We are here all day, in it to win it. Amelia had to pause for 4 weeks, so that is its last chance. Yeah, that sounds like a DNF, Amelia. Like you gave it 4 weeks. It sounds like it's on its last leg. You thought DCC was going to be a dumb slapstick sort of humor, but it has surprising depth and nuance. That's what I'm expecting to be there in the long run. I think I just want short run. Also some dumb slapstick, but not much. I can appreciate dumb slapstick. And Holly, you liked Ready Player One, but detested Dungeon Crawler Carl. His depiction of women is gross. Yeah, there's definitely some things that just in the partial chapter that I read that I was like, okay, that's a choice to kind of say that and go at things in that manner. So I don't know. Like I said, Dungeon Crawler Carl is definitely going to be read because it's for a book club. So I would only DNF it if I truly hated it, which I don't see that happening because I think if I really detested it enough, that would make me want to read it all the more for book club. You usually don't pre-order books. Oh, so you must really be excited about them, Anne. There are some awesome women in the next books. I have heard that things that people don't like in his first book are kind of corrected as the series goes on. So, I mean, for the author in the book, but I'm definitely not one of those people who will continue reading a series of promise of things later. Like I don't always read series, so the first book has to be there for me. All right. I'm going to go and clean some more in my bathroom, and then I'm going to come back and I'm going to read some more of these books inside and out. And I'll come back and tell you which one I'm deciding on. But I'm very tempted, like I said, to read this one first because then I'll still, I mean, it's not like I wouldn't be able to read this one next, but I'll be able to fit it in before I have to do a buddy read or start a buddy read next week. So we'll see, but that's what I'm thinking. I will talk to you guys some more when we get back. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine went well. I just realized that I left the two other books over there on the couch. Um, so let me go get them. Okay, so the first book is not one book that like has anything to do with what I was talking about earlier, but somebody had asked about it last week and then I realized I forgot to like show it again. And it is this book, The Well-Educated Mind. And it says a guide to classical education you never had, which I guess kind of sort of. I'm not like super into classical education or anything, but what I did want to read this book about is that she has a method of self studying books that I really liked. And hers focuses mainly on like the great books of the Western canon, if you will. Um, and maybe goes a little outside of that, but that wasn't what I was interested in. I was interested in the questions that she uses to think about the books that you're reading. And I think those are really good. And she talks about how they can apply to any book, not just the ones that she lists. So that came up. I did spend the sprint looking at and trying both of these books. And I did end up deciding what I thought I was going to, which is to read them both and read this one first today and then follow it with this one. And there is some overlap in what the books are about. So let me tell you a bit more about this one first. And I don't know why I was so shocked where I was like, oh, this is going to be about immigrant experience. Literally in the biggest letters on the back of the book, it says the great modern sci-fi novel of the immigrant experience. This is what happens when you like just skim around on the back of the book. Like I could have figured that out much faster than I did. But anyway, the book is about what I said, which is basically a young man who gets exiled from like his utopian city, and his family get basically sent through a portal, and they end up in the US in Nevada in a refugee camp, and they have to like figure out life there. And it says they struggle to make sense of this ill-fated new world and its strange gods. And then they eventually do make it out of the camp. It says this right on the back. So I'm imagining that happens pretty soon. And that each of them will have to adapt or fail to adapt to their new lives according to their new natures. And the first chapter in the book is told from the perspective of the father. I haven't actually looked at each of the chapter titles, but I'm wondering and suspecting that like we get to follow each of the family members. So it is a sci-fi about immigrant experience. And going from, I'm guessing, utopia to what feels like a dystopian type of situation. But then they also learn about what happened to the utopian place that they left. Very curious about that. But I'm going to start with the National Telepathy, which does have a little animal on the cover. Aww, it's a sloth. And this is about, it's set in 1933. The Peruvian Rubber Company has promised to deliver 19 indigenous people from the Amazon to a businessman in Argentina who is starting the Argentina's, not the world's, Argentina's first ethnographic theme park. So it's like a theme park where you're going to see the natives in their native situation, if you will, set in 1933. So you can imagine how obnoxious it is. And it is. It's all very obnoxious. And so far, the part that I've read starts with a letter from the Peruvian Rubber Company talking about how they've collected these people and the different artifacts that they're sending along with them, which accidentally includes a sloth that has, let's say, magical powers of some sort, which I can't wait for those powers to come out because it needs to do something to these people. So you are, so what follows is like supposed to be a bizarre story of what happens to these people who are, you know, these businessmen who are all coming together in this academic manner to display these other people. Because the men who are coming together sound like they're probably white colonizers, to display these other people for the enjoyment and satisfaction of people like themselves, but how that gets affected when the sloth becomes involved in the matters. And it is supposed to lay all to bear the secret longings and not so secret machinations of a social class that will stop at nothing in order to stay on top. And I'm already seeing the like things they're going to. It's already like oddly tongue-in-cheek, kind of funny. Like at this point, the guys are together and they're trying to decide how they're going to set up this theme park. And not only are they obnoxious, but the author is simultaneously like able to make fun of like all of them and the ridiculous and also horrible things we do as people to other people. Because like one of the conversations that they're having is like which indigenous communities they're going to include in their theme park. And one of them is like, yeah, we're not going to have an Oceania pavilion because no one in Argentina cares about Oceania. So like they're like saying these horrible things like this. And then one of the guys is like, yeah, but what about white people? Like we need a like European tribal pavilion. And they're all like, there are no tribes in Europe, so we're not doing that. So those are the types of conversations you have in this book. And yeah, I'm going to be reading it. I am on page 34 out of, I think it's like 150 pages. And interestingly enough, the story only goes to about page 120, and then page 125 to page 150 are the appendices. It's still part of this story, but that's how it's labeled in the book. So I'm really excited to see how this goes. And it's weird. And if you don't like quotation marks, or if you do like quotation marks, you're going to hate this book because there are no quotation marks. And it's sometimes hard to tell what is the assistant sharing what's going on versus supposed to be something that someone is speaking. That's a little confusing. Let's see. Oh, Jay was saying that there were some good women in the next book of Dungeon Crawler Carl. Holly was glad to hear that. Angela was saying the cat in DCC is amazing. Carl, not so much so. Some blurbs can really be a disadvantage to the book. Absolutely. I 100% agree. Like they're just poor advertising for what the book actually is at times. Carl is a doofus to begin with. And Holly doesn't mean to be negative. It has caused a lot of people to pick up a book, and that's a win. That's so true. And I don't think you said anything particularly negative. I think it's totally fair if you don't like a book or parts of it or whatever. Oh, Amelia, you gave up on your book. And now you're planning for this week. Well, that sounds like it's going to go more successfully. Aries finished Caliban's War. Yay for finishing. Need to get your hands on the next book in the series. Nice. Denise read 30 pages on page 100. Good job. Jay spent the hour reading and digesting. After this chat, there will be a nap. Ooh, that sounds good. Aries going to focus on Priory of the Orange Tree and A Memory Called Empire, two very much beloved books. Britta finished your book, The Forbidden Notebook. Oh, it was just mad. Oh, Britta, did you see that there is a book on Miles Franklin, whose actual name I can't remember, but there is a historical fiction coming out about her secret, passionate life. It's something like that. The very secret and passionate life of the author's actual name. Sue read in 3 books. Nice. And yay, now you get to pick a new book, Britta, and hopefully it will be one you enjoy. Excellent choices. You need to read the others that go with Priory. Yeah, people seem to like those ones as well. Stop at nothing to stay on top. They just immigrated to Argentina. A magical sloth, yeah. You switched to on the calculation of volume 3. Lovely, Rachel. I do need to try that book at some point. Like I need to wait until I'm in the right headspace, and then I need to get a try. But yeah, I'm gonna go back to reading this after I clean my other bathroom, and I'm gonna sit down and I'm just going at how horrible we can be as people. And I'll see you when we get back from our next sprint. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. Where's the day going? Does anybody know? I'm not understanding. It's 4 o'clock. How has that happened already? I really don't know. But I am reading the National Telepathy and I have no idea. This book is so weird. There are so many things happening. The pacing of it is like nonstop. I'm on page 64 out of like 150, 160, 155. So I'm almost halfway through the book. I I understand what's happening. I have no idea where it's going. And there are twists, there are turns. This book is full of the worst people imaginable, and yet somehow it's funny. I think because they're such a stereotype, even while they're making stereotypes out of other people. Like they're imagining all these stereotypes of the people around them while being a horrible, stereotypical satire of themselves. And it's really well done, and I'm enjoying it. So I hope you guys are enjoying what you are reading and working on. Let me know how that last sprint went for you. Let's see here. Um, Aries already have a day of fallen night on your TBR. Nice. And made turkey and rice soup for supper. That sounds good. Reminds you really have to pick up on the calculation of volume 4. Um, how many are out so far? There's 7 total, right, that are coming out. You need a London fog. Ooh, that does sound good. Amelia says, thanks, Britta, for confirming your decision. You should feel confirmed. And was saying to Britta, your hate rant book advanced in the BookTube prize. And you think you will give Audition by Katie Kitamura another try? He started a couple of months ago and was not in the mood. That can sometimes make a difference. I know what you're saying. Anne says, read the second part of Audition first. Oh, interesting. And Britta said, yep, to Amelia. Sue loves the London fog. So do I. Sue did a couple of dishes and folded some clothes. Nice. I also cleaned my bathroom or finished cleaning my bathroom. I had to do the shower. I think now all I have left to do are the floors. So I'll probably do that during this next sprint. Sue made lunch, read 14 pages, and talked to your daughter. And the other Sue's on page 421 of 559. Denise made to 115. You guys are making good progress. You're doing some sprint hopping. The Amazing Readers-thon started their kickoff sprints at 4. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, I guess it's only just June. In my mind, I think because like people have been preparing for it and talking about it, I felt like it was like began in May. Or did it begin in May? Does it? No, it just began, right? You're participating for the 3rd year in a row. That's fun. Yeah, is anybody else participating? And what team are you on? Denise is on Team Pandorica. Love the name. Hannah got a couple of chapters read of Little Women and your fridge cleaned out. Currently feeding your son. Nice. Kristen, now you really want to read the National Telepathy. Let me finish it first. I mean, you don't have to, but I like there are some things that I'm not sure about. Like not in a bad way, but just like, where is this going? Where is this going? Also, I want more sloth, and I'm pretty sure I'm not going to get more sloth. And if so, I'm going to be really frustrated by that. I'm still going to like the book, but I'm not going to like the back description. But there's time yet. We'll see. Hey, Courtney, how are you doing? I hope you're well. Amelia read some nonfiction, but you're going to start The 7 Moons of Molly Almeida. I love the cover of that book. Aries 672 pages into Prior of the Orange Tree. Nice. No reading for Courtney. You've been running around town on errands, now doing some work admin stuff. That's fair. I hope it goes well. Hello, walk in the woods. How are you? My book it's working out pretty well. It's really interesting. I would read you some more of the like amazing quotes in here about like the horrible racist, prejudiced, stereotypical thoughts that people have when stereotyping other people. that the author puts in here in the most humorous ways. Like he's addressing racism in a way that reminds me of the satire of Percival Everett, except I don't always find Percival Everett funny, but I catch the moments where it should be funny. I just personally don't like his humor and me don't totally mesh. This humor meshes a bit better with me. You're reading A Young People's History of the United States. Nice. Rachel's at 23% of calculation of volume and did some puzzles. There are currently 4 translated to English. Okay. And there's 7 total, right? Like not in English yet though. Angela, still haven't got to read today. You were doing the grocery list and then you're going through some art workshop videos. Sounds good. You're getting a lot done. Audition's been on your book of the year in 2025. Nice. 4 volumes of calculation of volume are out. 5 is coming out in November. Okay, and then the other 2 don't have release dates yet. Okay, fair. And it did start today. Yeah, like I said, I think I've just been seeing people talk about it and plan it, and so in my mind, it's been going on. 4 out in English, 6 is out in the original Danish. Oh, I didn't realize that all 7 weren't like published even in Danish yet. Britta was surprised that everybody loves foggy weather in London, and then you realized it's a book. Oh no, it's a drink, London Fog. At least that's what I think we're all talking about. That's what I was talking about. London Fog is like a drink. It is like a latte made with Earl Grey tea. I feel like there's something else in it. But that's what I know of as London Fog. And Kristen will be interested to see my final review, but hearing that it's all over the place, weird, insufferable characters, that's true. It does sound like a Kristen book. You're right. So don't wait for me to finish it. I'm pretty sure you would like it a lot. Rachel, Amita Readathon just started. You're doing non-competitive. Escape the Readathon was all of May. Okay, you know what? That's what I'm thinking. Like, I've been seeing amazing readathon stuff, but I was thinking all of May of Escape the Readathon. And you're happy not to work on a Monday, I bet. Agatha was saying to Britta, been wondering about that foggy weather yourself. And yes, hopefully you will like it, Amelia. And the book, yeah, I'm laughing. Racist stereotypes today or the past. Yeah, Courtney, it's the same. I mean, the book is set in 1933, so it talks about them slightly differently than they're talked about today. And because the setting is one where they're objectifying Indigenous people, in the 1930s, like the way they're talking about it is slightly differently. But of course, there's still, for some people, the stereotypes and the racism, like that aspect doesn't change. People don't come up with new ideas and ways to be racist. They just stick to the tried and true, I guess. But yeah. How can you say that, Anne? You're shocked reading the second part first takes away from the overall experience? I've heard about this book. I'm curious. Agatha's reading True Grit for June on the Range. A bit shocked to discover basically no feminist Western novels. I'm not shocked by that. Still on your slow summer read of Don Quixote. Nice. Yeah, a drink. That's the one that I know of. And that, are you going to hate it, Britta? It's such a Marmite book. What is it about? I don't think I've ever watched a review of it. With vanilla. Okay, I knew there was something else. I was like, I know it's not usually just Earl Grey. Yeah, it's an Earl Grey tea latte. So they put the same amount of milk and foam that you would as in a latte. And then, yeah, they sweeten it with vanilla or not. It's really good, though, if you haven't tried it. It's like just a very, I don't know, in a lot of ways, milky Earl Grey. But it looks really nice too, because some of the Earl Greys will look a little purple in color. At least one that I had one time was really good. Highly recommend, especially if you like Earl Grey tea. Okay, we're gonna go back to sprinting. I'm gonna start out by cleaning the floors in my bathroom, and then I'm going to see what else happens in my not And I will see you guys and we'll chat some more in an hour. Happy sprinting. I'm going to turn off my camera for this because my little nook here is a little warm and my computer is not liking it. But I will see you guys in an hour. Hello, welcome back. How was your sprint? Mine was good. I made a good amount of progress in my book, and just when I thought things couldn't get stranger or weirder, they most definitely did. I can't even begin to tell you what's happening in the book at this point. I am on page 108 out of 156, something like that. So I should finish it in the next sprint or two. And there's so there's so much going on. And I've gotten to the telepathic part. And it's crazy. It's funny. And there's like deviousness going on, like people plotting and being devious. All there's just a lot. There's just a lot. Tell me how your books are going. Tell me what you are up to. Explain yourself because I can't explain myself or my book. But I am done pretty much with whatever cleaning I'm going to do today. So that is satisfactory. Mickey was saying hello, hello. Oh, you've had a nuts work day, and I am well. I hope you are well as also, and that your day is maybe calming down a little bit. Um, you can't tell me what it's about. Everyone has their own theory, and you would too. That's interesting. That explains a lot about audition. Okay, interesting. And accomplished nothing. You did it in order the first time. Reading the second part first made it make sense. You apologize for offending you, but you are not the first to say it. Interesting. So different reading orders. Okay. Sue finished The Bookstore Keepers by Alice Hoffman. It's the last book in the Once Upon a Time bookshop story. So beautiful. Oh, you're still crying. Oh, that sounds touching. And she was saying you need to return to solve I'm not Solvage Ballet. You didn't love volume 2, but want to keep going. Oh, is this on the calculation of volume 2? Is that the author's name? I don't know that I've ever noticed the author's name. Hello, Christy. How are you? You just joined. You may miss some chats. Working on entering books into your Goodreads in between, getting some appointments scheduled. You've got a lot going on, so I understand if you missed some chats. Also, be working on daily readings and listening to the Charmed Library. Sounds good. And it's getting warm, so I actually brought my fan over, in case you guys were wondering. G, finally free from work. The reverse SAD is strong for you today. You may listen to all of Murderbot Diaries again for a pick-me-up. Well, there you go. Hopefully that works and helps you. Amelia was not offended by Anne. It makes more sense now that you're saying you read it that way the second time. You could see why one would want to do that, but you wouldn't recommend it for first-time reading. That's fair. Yeah, and I think that's why she was recommending it to Britta, because Britta's, I think, has already read the first part. And so she was like, maybe read the second part now. The Carol Shields Prize winner is announced tomorrow. That's fun. I haven't even looked to see what the short and long lists were. Holly was saying to G, briefly chatted a few weeks ago about Buddy reading Lonesome Dove. It's June on the Range and Big Book Summer, so Holly's going to start this week. And you're reading Audition soon too. Your dad and you do novella buddy reads. Next up is Elena Knows. Next up is Elena Knows, and then Audition. Looking forward to discussing both with him. That sounds fun. And G's in. Are you following a reading schedule? Hi, Teresa. How are you? You keep missing the chat. Oh, no. You're thinking of starting a new audio, Akin by Emma Donoghue. I have not heard of that one, but I hope if you start it that you like it. Jay woke up from your nap, did the dishes, read some more, only 50 more pages to go. Nice. Somehow the sprint by without you reading a single page. What did you do? No idea. I feel you there, Britta. I have times where I'm like, where did the rest of the sprint go? I know the 5 minutes I read. Well, what happened to the rest of the time? Aries has 77 pages left in Priory of the Orange Tree. And Denise read 24 pages on page 139, eating a hot dog, some chips, and Diet Coke. Ooh, fun snack food. And hello, Swept Up in Books. Let's see, is it Tori? Is that right? You've joined a couple of sprints and finally saying hi, reading The Mercy Step, which is a book shortlisted for the Women's Prize in Fiction. Not sure if it's a UK one. Very cool. Well, I hope you like it either way. And yeah, what else has been going on? Oh, I have still gone so far the whole summer without turning the air conditioning on. Well, that's not totally true. It was on for the 4 days that I went to visit my mom because my husband still hasn't bothered to learn how to use the thermostat in the house since we moved here. And I didn't want him to have to like play with all the programming and whatever. So I set it so the air conditioning would come on and go off. And it was cold in here when I got back because where my mom is, it's a lot colder. So she didn't really need to turn on the air conditioning. And now I can't actually handle air conditioning. That's the point that I've gotten to. I don't think I'll be tempted to turn on the air conditioning unless the temperature goes like over 90 degrees or if it stops being cool at night. Like right now, even when it's like 85 degrees during the day, overnight, we're still getting down to like 60 or 70. So by the time the sun goes down, the temperature just starts dropping rapidly. And so like every night after sundown, we just open all the windows in the house and it cools the house off nice. And so we can go to bed and we just turn the little fan on. And a lot of times we wake up and we're cold. And we're like, why do we have the fan on still? And yeah, and the most that happens is like around this time of day in the evening. Like if you're moving around and doing a lot, it'll start to get warm and we go back and forth about whether or not to open windows or we spend a little time sitting in front of the fan. This fan is amazing, by the way. I highly recommend tower fans. I can't keep it on for more than a couple of minutes at a time because then I'm cold. So I think it actually works better than air conditioning, which just makes the whole house feel cold. So it's been an interesting experiment, but it's been going well. Oh, and I read that. I don't know why it said that I didn't. Holly was saying to G, no reading plan. It's huge. You bet you try at least 50 pages a day and read something else on the side. Yeah, I like 50 pages a day for Buddy Reads because I find it does leave you time to do other things on the side if you want to. But it also gets you through most books, even longer ones, at a really good pace. Jay, June on the Range, hadn't heard of this. Really? You have the perfect book, Outlaw Planet, a sci-fi western. Sounds awesome. It's finally hitting winter in Australia for Rachel. You're not impressed. Oh, no. I'm sorry, Rachel. She was saying how you're grabbing it on Audible right now because you're not holding that paperback every time. Yeah. You're very welcome for reminding you to open the windows. You always forget the one in the bedroom. Oh, yeah. That's like the most important one, especially come bedtime. I know it was funny because when I was visiting my mom at one point, she was like, oh, wow, it's getting really hot today. She's like, I might have to turn on the air conditioning. I was like, or you could open the windows. And she was like, oh, yeah. I guess I could because it wasn't that hot outside. It was just hadn't cooled off that much overnight. So the house had gotten warm over time. So warm nights with no breeze are the worst. Yes, exactly. That's why I'm like, if it's like 70 overnight, I think would be fine. If it was like 80 overnight, might be turning on the air conditioning. Amelia, bring in the air conditioning too with temperatures over 30 and no cooling down at night. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. Like, I don't think I could be able to do that. But right now, we're not having that. We're like 80, 85 as the high and like 60 as our low. Denise, you think you only use the air at 90 or above too? You wait all year for summer and you want to know it's here. Yeah. And I also find that then when I go outside, I don't feel as hot because I haven't been like cold and not humid all day. I've been like warmer all day. And so going outside doesn't feel super hot to me because there's not really a huge temperature difference or humidity difference. And then also if it's breezy outside, like it might even feel cooler. You wish you could leave the windows open all night, but Simba would jump out. Yeah, Like, what I am doing is totally not practical for a lot of people for a lot of reasons. You end up using the air conditioning when your hay fever kicks in. Yeah, there are days where I'm like, maybe close the windows because the grass blooms. You can't open the windows at night anymore. Yep. You should switch countries for the season, Rachel. Oh, there you go. You guys could just be snowbirds to each other's like countries. That wouldn't be inconvenient at all. Too bad it is inconvenient, right? Well, I'm going to go back to reading. I'm going to turn on my fan and I'm going to have a piece of chocolate that's sitting here in front of me. I keep forgetting about this chocolate that my husband bought a while back. So I'll see and talk to you guys some more in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello, welcome back. How did your sprint go? Mine went well. I finished my book. Um, I have to process. Like, on the one hand, I'm like, what did I just read? On the other hand, what I read was very fascinating, and I'm still trying to figure out what it all means. And I may need to watch like an author interview to totally come to conclusions about that. But it's interesting. And it took turns that I didn't expect. And at times I felt like there was too much information. At times I feel like I didn't get enough information. At other times I was very confused by the information that I was getting. So I feel like I need to do a little research on some topics that I'm not very clear on historically. And I maybe want to watch an author interview and then let that all come together because I think I definitely have some ideas of like I know what happened in the book, and I have some ideas of like some of the meanings that I took out of it, but I want to like know more. I definitely want to read some other people's reviews and see what they got out of it. I want to know what the author intended us to get out of this book. It was a ride. And when I say it did not go where I thought it was going, like it definitely didn't go where I thought it was going. Like even the title of the book, I was like, oh, oh, oh. So yeah, so wow, it was it was good. So yeah, I'm happy with that satisfying experience. So let's see what you guys got up to. Let's see. G was saying to Holly, what time do you usually pop into Sprint? Make sure you'll check in. You haven't been able to open your windows for fresh air since you lived in the Northeast. The humidity would smack you in the face. I will say this, it can get humid here for sure. And like it's even a little humid here in the house right now. It doesn't get crazy humid here until August. But I have found that without the air conditioning on, drying out the indoor air, I don't notice the humidity as much. Like I don't feel like it says smack you in the face because I know what you're talking about. And you added June on the Range is a booktuber thing. You know, Book Chat with Pat and several others are reading Lonesome Dove too, and you read a fantastic speculative Western called The Country Under Heaven and it came out last year and needs more love. Ooh, interesting. And Holly was saying to G, you're all in, not always up at 6 a.m., more like 10. So that's 1 p.m. Eastern. Fair. Audition did not make it to the Carol Shields prize list. You're hoping for A Guardian and a Thief. Nice. I feel like people liked that book, but it wasn't like super like crazed. G, that works for her. You'll be in California on a work trip. You'll be reading Life and Fate during the plane ride to and from. Oh, a good 10 hours will keep you from falling asleep as you usually do on trips. Okay, well, awesome. Let me know how it is. I'm hoping to read that this summer. Is it going to happen? I don't know because I forgot that David Copperfield's also in there. So if it happens, it probably won't be till August. Holly loved A Guardian and a Thief. You need to finish a place to discuss. You need to finish a place to discuss it, or you won't have to worry about spoilers. Oh, you need a place to discuss it. Yeah. Is there a way, a message, or Storygraph? Yeah, setting up a Storygraph for Goodreads. I guess Storygraph Buddy Read is always fun. Or Fable. You're on all three. You're a professional editor with these typos. It's because you're on an iPad. Oh no, yeah. iPads and phones and stuff like make us all go wild. Sue finished the book, read the notes, etc. Now you're reading the first part of his other book called Immortal Irishman. Thank you for that reminder. I don't think, my book doesn't have any introduction. It's one that I would really love there to be one in though. Amelia read 60 pages, and as expected, there's already a lot going on. You're going to pick up an ebook for reading in bed, but might fall asleep soon. Okay, in case you do, good night. And hello, Emily, how are you? Happy Monday to you. Starting Hellions by Julia Elliott and Small Boat. Ooh, that's a popular one going around. And she was saying, read along, always curious how people feel about Small Boat. Holly liked Hellions. Amelia loved Small Boat. Ari says 31 pages left. Oh, you're almost done. Denise read 32 pages and we'll go for a walk. That sounds nice. G, what you need right now is really good fantasy with a nice romantic subplot. Couldn't find one during the sprint. Yeah, I don't read enough fantasy to be able to suggest one either. When your friend starts texting in the middle of the exciting climax, only 20 more pages to go in Wolf's Soul. Nice. Jay suggesting Incandescent. And Holly finished Children of Time. Yay! You're just not that into contemporary sci-fi, but you keep trying. Oh, wow. Wow. I don't even know that I would think of it as contemporary. Like, what kind of sci-fi do you like, Holly? Humidity can get to you after a while, for sure. Yeah, like that's like my thing that I think is gonna knock me out of the no air conditioning is like when it gets too humid here, like in August. Kristen's at about 60% of your arc. Don't think you're going to make it, but hopefully you can finish it tomorrow. Sounds good. And G already did read it. Britta listened to a bit of Yun Lee's grief memoir for the BookTube Prize. You've already read, but need to remind yourself why you didn't like it. Oh no. Rachel got to 30% on calculation of volumes. So, yeah, I know. I'm happy I enjoyed National Telepathy too. And, like, yeah, I definitely did like it. I just, like, for reviewing purposes, I'm like, okay, how am I going to talk about what I read and what happened and what I think of it all? That's the part that I'm like, let me get that coherent. And Country Under Heaven sounds fantastic, right in your wheelhouse, adding it to your TBR. Nice. I can see that the temperature is already starting to drop. So I think I'm going to open up some more windows and let the breeze start blowing around in here. But that's what I'm going to be doing during the next sprint. I'm also going to start writing up my notes on this book. I did tab some things, not a ton of things, just because I figured in a short book, there wasn't going to be as much to tab, though that's not always true. But I just wanted to make sure that I was tabbing like the important things, like the changes, the decisions that are being made. So that's interesting, really interesting cover flap, like inside of the French flap. But in like there, I'd say in paper, but it's not paper. But I like the use of orange. I feel like this orange, brown, maroon schema is not that common. But yeah, it's an interesting book. That's all I can say about it. Yay. And it's going to go outside to spray the brile freeze. That's a good idea. Just make sure that you are upwind and you're spraying so it missed downwind. Britta might go to bed during the next sprint. Just realize it's already after midnight. I know. I was surprised that both you and Amelia were still here. You like those editions. Yeah, I do like charcoal press. Like I like the look of their books. I feel like they make them look fairly uniform and I wish this on the side was a little bit bigger, but obviously it can only be so big because it's a small binding. I don't necessarily love everything that they print, but that's like a personal reading taste. I do like in general the idea of the type of fiction that they're printing. Yeah, I just have so many thoughts on this book swimming around in my head. Have I ever read the Vork Ozigen saga? Is that the so no, first starts. Let me start there. And then is that one that is under another name? I feel like it goes like it also has another title. Amelia was a big fan of the memoir. Uh-oh. Being judged by the wrong person. Oh my gosh. There was this one line in there about like judging things, and it was like, don't judge while you're listening. Wait until after you're done listening so that you can judge. That wasn't the exact line, but it was something along those lines. I thought it was pretty funny because I was like, oh, I know exactly what they mean. It's fun. Also, the Penrick series, which is fantasy instead of sci-fi. I don't know about the sci-fi, Jay. Liz McAster, you enjoy two of her fantasy books, but can't get into her sci-fi. Okay, so you kind of have the opposite going there. And you guys are never going to agree on that. I know how that goes. Oh, okay, she wrote both of. Oh. No, maybe I'm thinking the saga is something else. So no, I would say that no, I know I haven't read the Penrick one. I've heard of the other one, but I don't think I've read it. And I don't think I know of it. Yeah. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and get into our next sprint so that I can run around and open all the windows in my house and get things cooling down in here because it is warm in this little corner that I'm sitting in. And I think my computer would appreciate me opening the window. So I think I'm also going to turn off my camera again while it cools down. Good night to any of you who are going to sleep. I will still be here for another couple of sprints. So hopefully the rest of you will still be here when I get back. I know it is fun. I love just discussing differences of opinions and seeing like why people liked certain things that I didn't or disliked things that I loved. It's a long sci-fi series. Okay, I'm gonna have to look into it. You've only listened to it, so that might make a difference. But that's good to know if it's not working for me. And good night to you, Rachel. All right, I'm going to skip the last couple of minutes of this, put us back into our sprint so we can have, let's see, this will bring us back at about 7:40 and then again about 8:40. So that'll be like perfect timing. So we'll probably have two last sprints, basically, is how it's going to end up working. And Bruno agrees. Jay says goodnight to all the sleepyheads. And Holly will be tap dancing in the sunshine for a few more hours. Yes, you will. All right. And I'll have sunshine until just about the time we're done. All right. So let me skip the rest of this break. There we go. Hour on the clock. I'll see you guys in a bit. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How was your sprint? Mine was really good. I went and opened all the windows. Now that it's cooler outside, it's very quickly cooling down the whole house from the little bit that I warmed up over the course of the day. And yeah, it's a really pleasant evening. It's gone from I think like 82 was the high, and it's already back down to 74. So, like I said, our evenings here have been very cool of recent. And I think it's going to go down maybe into the 50s tonight, even. Um, I also, while I was doing that, just spent quite a bit of time thinking some more about this book and what happened, and going over the parts of the book that I tabbed, taking out the tabs that are a little redundant, and choosing the things that I think fit better, and just putting all my ideas together and thoughts on this book. And yeah, I just think there are so many meanings and ways of understanding what happened in this book, and they're all really fascinating and good to think about, and unique and crazy. Um, and there's definitely some historical context that I'm missing. So I think that's the main thing that I'm going to be looking up. The book takes place between 1933 and like 1960. Um, in Buenos Aires, I think is where the whole thing takes place. Um, and I definitely want to look up like everything that I can about politically and historically and architecturally what was going on during that time period. Like, I know some, but I feel like there's a lot more that this book gets into that I'm like, okay, I no longer know what you're talking about. So I think doing that is going to help me fill in some gaps. So let's see how that sprint went for you guys. Oh, I also had dinner, and that was really yummy. We had like a overly priced um like steak cut in marinated sauce that months ago would have maybe been like a $10 pack of meat, and it was not that, and we will probably not buy it again anytime in the next millennium, because I could have just bought beef and cut it myself and marinated it for way less than that. Um, but it was good. It was very good, in fact. So I will try and make a similar marinade for my own meat that I will only eat once a month because it's now so stupidly expensive here. Anyway, you're welcome, Amelia. Have a good night. Good night to Rachel from Britta as well. Jay, only afternoon here, so plenty of sunshine left to the day. Yep, yep, yep. Aries finished the Priory of the Orange Tree. Lovely. How'd you like it? Yay for finishing. Delonda, hello. How are you? You've been lurking and been working on a blanket that you're crocheting, putting the border on it. Nice. There's times where I really want to learn to crochet because it's just so much faster, but I just can't get to the point where I don't have to count in it. And because I don't have to count while knitting, I'm just like, I can just knit. Have I been knitting recently? No. Do I need to knit? Yeah, absolutely. What was I going to say? Oh, I also wanted to say hello to any of you who are lurking, who are still around. I haven't said hello to you guys yet today. Mickey's been working and trying to catch up on life and stuff with friends, going to get some reading done now. Currently reading The Trial by Kafka. Oh, you're first of his, and you definitely in a slump. No, not a reading slump. I'm sorry to hear that, but I hope Kafka works for you. And hello, 5 after 7. I love that name. It sounds like you're a secret agent or possibly like a robot in a sci-fi movie, but in like a good way, like a good robot. But I know you're not. But thank you for joining, and thank you for saying hello. And hey, Sam, how are you? Oh, you're still here, Britta. Good. Because I just messaged you. Sue read a few pages and fell asleep for most of the sprint. Ah, a nap. And Jay finished Wolf's Soul, a very enjoyable 3-star. Okay, that's good. 3 stars can be enjoyable. Left things resolved but open for new adventures, but you don't think there will be more. Oh, no. That's a shame. Ooh, Denise went for a nice long walk. Good job. And Aries, it's almost 2 a.m. and you're getting sleepy, going to bed during the next sprint. Sounds good. You're reading It's Tough to Be Tiny, which is a really interesting kids book about insects and other small creatures and the way they hide, hunt, and survive. That's fun. That's really cool. Christy got a bunch of books entered and put away over the last few sprints and started your daily reads. 1 of 4 completed. Good job. Jay fed the dogs, pondered your next read, maybe Last Argument of Kings. Finishing series feels so good. But again, so many choices. I know. Aren't we all in the middle of a lot of series? I feel like I'm actually like not in the middle of too many. At least not too many that I want to finish. Like if I counted all the series I started, that would be a lot. But there's quite a few that I'm like, yeah, I'm not going on. Christy might add 1 other book to your daily readings. Okay, sounds good. You can do it. Aries votes for The Last Argument of Kings and finishing series. Ooh, have you read The Last Argument of Kings? I've never even heard of it. You liked Prayer of the Orange Tree, but it felt a bit long. And it was such a good trilogy. Oh, Aries needs to reread it. And you would love to be a good robot. I know, it would definitely have its perks, wouldn't it? And Jay definitely tends toward more classic style fantasy, very descriptive. Is that Priory the Orange Tree? Bye, Courtney. Thanks for stopping by. Have a great work week. And Kristen, 68% in hunger and thirst, hoping to get to 80% today. You might. You've got a whole another hour. You can finish on pub day. That would put you in a pretty decent spot, right? Like that was the goal, right? Like to finish by the day it comes out. You'll still have done that. You could still comment it on the day that it's published. I feel like that's very reasonable. So I have about this much of my book left to go through in terms of tabs, which isn't that many. Maybe like 4 or 5 tabs that I want to look over. And I'll just be commenting, maybe not even on all of them. Some of them might come out, but I'll be putting notes in my little notebook here on the things that I tabbed as a reminder of why I tabbed them. Or if I look back in this notebook, it tells me what page I would want to look on for this information. So I have information about like what telepathy means in the book, particularly to the indigenous people, like how they think of like the sharing of information, the 2 phases that occur, what is a memory according to the one guy, which is interesting because our main character is coming up with all these theories, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's right. So there's like an interesting dynamic of not quite unreliable narrator. Like, I don't know that I would call him that, but a narrator whose understanding you would question and not trust. And there's reasons for that. And so that's really interesting. And the other thing that kind of surprises me of this book is it's classified as having like being historical literary fiction with magical realism in it. And I have heard people talk about this, about how any book that comes out of South America that has something unusual happen in it is automatically classified as magical realism. And honestly, that's not the first word that would have popped into my mind for this book. I would have said it was literary. I would agree with the historical fiction, because it is in a historical time period, and that time period does have a lot to do with the way people behave, the things that they say, the goals that they have in mind, and historically what happens at the end. But I wouldn't have referred to the sloth as magical realism, because to me, magical realism speaks more of supernatural, and he didn't feel like a supernatural element in the book. And I feel like it's only being marketed that way because there's indigenous people involved. Like I feel like if this was a book, that was didn't include indigenous people, that the sloth, like it would have been more like speculative fiction or something like that, or just flat out science fiction or fantasy. Let me know if you feel like you have noticed that like there seems to be no fantasy or science fiction or speculative fiction that comes out of South America, because it's all magical realism. And like, what is that? And is that really what it is? Those are my questions for you to answer during the next sprint, apparently. And during the next sprint, I'm going to eat some more dinner, and then I'm going to go back to take my notes. Aries, Jay wants to know who your favorite character in First Law trilogy is. Ooh, and Jay's is Pharaoh. Sam's going to be reading John of John. That seems to be a popular one. And then bedtime. And Kristen, you know, it would also be fine not to finish by pub day, but you have perfect net gallery percent. Oh, yeah. I could see why you wouldn't want to lose that. Well, good luck. Let's go into our last sprint, and hopefully you'll get to your 80% point. So let me put up our little banner for our last sprint. The day has gone by fast. And let me restart the timer. And let me go eat the last of my dinner and then come back and finish my notes and see you guys in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back from the final sprint. How did everybody's day go? I hope your day went well. Like how I instantly got rid of our clock there. Just trying to lighten up the load for my computer. Yeah, so I had a really good day. It did not go how I expected it to reading wise, but I still enjoyed it. We started out the morning outside. I actually went outside a few other times just to see how the weather was doing. I opened up the windows. It feels great in here right now. And yeah, got some things cleaned around the house and got a lot of reading done. Let me tell you what happened with the reading. I started with The Diving Pool by Yoka Agawa, who is the author of The Memory Police. I didn't mention that earlier. So, this is a book of 3 of her novellas that are basically about people discovering how they have a darker side to them. So, I read the first novella in there. It was a little confusing, plus, I was a little confused. So, I don't know that I got out of it as much as I wanted to. But I have 2 more to go. My plan is to just read one um, each day for the next 2 days and be done. So I started with that. So yay. I did start a declaration on the rights of magicians, and it's going okay. It is a historical fantasy about basically the time period around the French Revolution. It's talking about the Atlantic slave trade. 2 of the main characters in here I didn't mention are Wilberforce and Pitt. And there's an overlay of magic. Like, I just feel like magic is just laid on top of all these historical events as just another thing that's going on. And I don't feel like the things are connected. I feel like it's just randomly there's just magic in this historical time period now. And it just wasn't pulling me in, unfortunately. So I am pausing this book. Yeah, I'll just say that for now. I'm pausing that book. I'm not officially DNFing it. I'm just like, I just don't think that's what I want to read. Let me try some other things and see if I make it back to it. I picked up instead the National